Test, test, test. Okay, I apologize for the delay because I've been talking for the last 5 minutes on mute. Again. Oh, wait. Now? Check, 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 check. Yep, we got it back. All right, so technical issues aside, welcome to day 2 of the Winter Wrecker. I believe my audio is now functioning correctly. What we've got is day 2 of the Winter Wrecker, where the middleweight and the heavyweight men will be lifting today. We've got some pretty respectable opening attempt squats that are showing up, focusing really above 290 to 300K for openers. So the spotters are going to earn their salaries today. We've got a couple camera views that we will alternate from. But my name is Saber Schnitzer. I am the meet director for this meet. And as stated, this is day 2. So we are planning on the initial attempt to start at 9 a.m. And I am going to, right now, head up front. Well, I'll put the microphone on mute, head up front, and focus on getting this meet off in time. But I believe I will have a commentator back here performing commentating throughout the entire session. So look forward to that, and hope you have a good viewing. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hannah. I am going to be helping you guys all out with this live stream today. I am a state referee for USA Powerlifting. I am also a certified coach in USA Powerlifting, and I will be answering any questions that you may have, as well as explaining some of the rules, some of the ins and outs of what we're going to see today. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm happy to answer them as quickly as I can. We are going to get rolling here in just about a minute. And in your minute rundown of what these squats are going to look like, if you are unfamiliar with the rules of USA Powerlifting, they do have to follow some commands and some rules. So we have this bar loaded and ready to go for our first lifter of the day. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see that there's going to be a name, there's going to be a division, and a weight class. So our first lifter of the day is going to be Paul. He is going to be lifting in the men's raw open division in the 90 kilogram class. So any of the numbers you see today are going to be in kilograms. I will do my best to give you the pounds conversion. I have a chart here. Sometimes my brain gets ahead of me and I try to figure it out before that, but I will always double check. Bar is loaded, so we're going to go ahead and flip these screens so you're able to watch Paul start with his opener. I believe all of the lifters we have today are in the raw division, so that means that they are going to be at max allowed to wear knee sleeves, a belt, and wrist straps, as well as a non-supportive singlet. So there's equipped lifting as well, which would allow them to wear wraps or supportive squat and deadlift suits or a bench shirt. These lifters today are raw, so they're not going to be wearing any of that. And then we now are seeing these rules in action. So the first thing that has to happen is that lifter has to get a squat command for squat. And so in order to get that, they must assume an appropriate start position, which includes standing erect with their knees straight, and the side judges, which we can't see right now, will put their hands down when they decide that is good to go. That tells the head ref that they can go ahead and give the squat command. After the squat command, they are going to complete their squat in their own time. They do have to get that top of their hip crease below their knees, so just a little bit below parallel. If that is something that you're training for, make sure you go deep enough. And then after they stand back up, they're going to get a rack command. They do have to demonstrate control and remain motionless with the bar in order to get that rack command. And then our judges are going to decide if that was a good lift or not. So each of our 3 judges gets to put in a ruling. So white light means good lift, and then if they think that there was an infraction of some sort of rule, there is going to be a red light, and there are a few different reasons for why that could happen. And there's a little bar that you may or may not be able to see right now underneath where those lights are going to pop up. And that will tell us kind of what happened. Blue for most of the lifts is going to be for downward motion. So if the bar is moving up and then moves back down towards the floor. It could also be that they didn't quite lock their knees out all the way on squat. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Red is they didn't squat deep enough on squat. And then yellow is a lot of other things. It's kind of your catch-all. So I will do my best to try and figure out what I think may have happened, because I am a referee, but I can't tell you for certain. So what you just saw there was this lifter came out with his knee sleeves not quite pulled all the way up. So in order to adjust your equipment, you do have to be off of the platform in order to do that. So he was asked to step off the platform to adjust those knee sleeves. The only piece of equipment that you can adjust on the platform is going to be your belt. So far, so good with all of these being good lifts. We have all white lights so far, which is always a great way to start the day. We are excited to see what these lifters are going to put up for us today. I do believe we have some of our bigger boys lifting this afternoon, or later this morning. There's only one session today at this USAPL Virginia Winter Record. This is the last meet in USAPL Virginia for the 2025 season. And we are excited to wrap up this season and get rolling into the next year. Our next lifter of the day is going to be Alex Bogner. He's coming out and starting out with 195 kilos, so we're cresting that 400 pounds here. He's got 429 pounds on the bar. So there are a couple of different divisions. You might see that this lifter is lifting in the junior division. So we have the open class, which is anyone from the age of 14 and older, but you can also lift in different age divisions. He is junior, so he's between the ages of 20 and 23. In USAPL powerlifting, you are able to start lifting as young as the age of 8 in our youth division. So youth 1 is 8 to 10, youth 2 is 10 to 12, and 3 is 12 to 14. Then we start our teen divisions. You have teen 1, which is 14 to 16. Teen 2 is 16 to 18, and teen 3 is 18 or 19. Then you go into juniors, so 20 to 23, like this lifter here, Steven. Then you can lift in open for the rest of forever. Starting at the age of 40, you do have the opportunity to start lifting in our Masters divisions. So Masters 1 is 40 to 49, and it goes up by the decades, all the way up to Masters 7, which is 100 to 110 years old. I have never seen a lifter in Masters 7. However, I have seen a Masters 6 lifter, which is 90 to 100 years old. So if you just started powerlifting, it does not matter how old you are able to compete in USAPL powerlifting. We do have 3 flights in this session today. So this is flight E, and the way that the flow of this meet's going to run, everyone is going to squat first, everyone's going to bench, and then everyone's going to deadlift. There will be a 10-minute break between squat and bench and deadlift. So I will take a quick break when we do those, and you'll get to see a fun little screen with our Yeti. That is kind of the mascot of the Winter Wrecker. And so I say flights. We have 3 flights in this session. The way that the flights work is that we are only adding weight to the bar until we restart the flight. So everyone this is our last lifter in the opening attempts on squat for the first flight.
What about me?
So after he finishes his first attempt on this squat, then we'll go back around and the first lifter of the flight will start over again, and they'll be able to take their second attempt. A complete attempt day is going to be 3 lifts in the squat, 3 in the bench, and 3 in the deadlift. So we'll get all of flight A will do their first attempt, all of flight A will do their second attempt, excuse me, and then all of flight A, or E for this case, will do their third attempt. Then the same flow will happen for bench and for deadlift. They'll be followed by the second flight, and the same process follows along. So now we're wrapping back around to what we call the top of the flight, the beginning of the flight. And Paul is going to come out and go for 165 for his second attempt. That is about 365 pounds. It's 363. We did have our first red light of the day, and that second to last lifter of the flight. He had a red card, which would mean that our right side judge did not believe that he squatted quite deep enough, and he's going to have to get a little bit deeper to get that white light from them. But in USAPL powerlifting, majority rules, so 2 to 1, still a good lift. Now you might be sitting at home and you said, I typed in powerlifting to YouTube this morning. Why are these lifters lifting such easy weights? Well, you do have 3 opportunities to complete a successful lift. But if you don't get one at all in all 3 of disciplines, so you need at least 1 completed lift in each of the disciplines in order to set up a total, put up a total for the day. If you don't put up a total, you're not eligible for awards because the total is how we score. So a lot of lifters will opt to use the first couple of attempts to set themselves up for a big weight, a big PR, like a qualifying total, which we'll get into a little bit as we go through the meet today. So these lifters, they'll start out with something they know they can do to the rule books, and then start moving up in weight to be able to push a little bit further. So I like to say the first lift of the day, this first squat of the day, is the hardest lift because it's super anxiety inducing. You're nervous, you don't know what the day is going to look like. So for me, The hardest lift of the day is the first squat. The most elusive is the third bench, which we'll talk about when we get to bench. And then the most fun is the third deadlift, because that's when you get to finish out your day and really put out all of what you thought you could do for the day. Use all the rest of your energy. Make sure that you're sore for tomorrow when you go into work. So we'll keep talking about that. But these lifters, you really should be completing at least your first and your second. Definitely your first. If you open too heavy, you're not able to go back down. Okay, so something happened there. Yellow cards on squat could be for a lot of different reasons. So once you establish a start position on squat, wherever you put your feet and your hands and whatever else, that is your position. If you move your feet out of that, they can rock a little bit. Like if you're pushing really hard and you kind of come up on your toes, that's fine. But if you replace them, that would be a yellow card. If you miss the commands, so if you start squatting before you get a start command, or if you move to the rack before you get the rack command, both of those are going to be a red, light yellow card. A couple of other different things. So I'm not really going to try to guess what that was, because all three of our referees saw it and I was too busy yapping at you guys to be able to tell you what it was. But red and blue lights are a little bit easier for me to give you the information. You might also be able to see behind our wrecker here, our wrecker Yeti, there is a little tidbit down at the bottom that says university. That means that some of our lifters today are coming from some of our local colleges and universities. They may be trying to put up a total for a qualifying total for Collegiate Nationals, which is taking place in April in New Orleans, Louisiana. The new rule in USAPL powerlifting is that in order to qualify for Raw Nationals, oh, not sure what happened there. Oh, goodness. So that's going to be a no lift for Steven. I hope he's okay. If he had racked that before he got the squat command, he would be able to settle himself and get that command as long as it is within the 1 minute that you might be able to see ticking down over their heads. So the minute is not how long you have to complete the lift. It is how long you have to get your first command. So for squat, that's the squat command. Some people take full advantage of that minute. Some people don't. Omar's going to come out next. He has got 212 kilos on the bar, pushing really closely into that 500-pound range. 212.5 is going to be right at 467.5 pounds. And you'll notice as soon as we get into that 500-pound range, which is probably going to be the attempt, the third attempt for this lifter here, David, as long as he puts this one up. 227.5 kilos is the 501 mark. As soon as we hit that, we do require 5 spotters and loaders on the bar while the squatter is squatting. And that's to keep our lifters safe, right? So they can handle and safely handle up to about 500 pounds with just the 2 side spotters, which you can see here, keeping our lifter safe. But if something gets dicey with more weight on that bar, you do want to have more support. And a little dab there from David. More support, getting everything stood back up. So something that is relatively unique about USAPL Virginia is we have the opportunity to do third attempt hype videos. So I'm showing you just a little quick sneak peek of what this lifter has opted for his third attempt hype video, and then we'll go back to the main screen to watch him squat. But all the lifters have the opportunity to submit these for their third attempts to be able to put up heavy weights. And like I said, he was able to successfully complete his first and second attempt there, but that third attempt was just a little too heavy. But we are going to see some of our lifters push in a little bit now into that range that is in their PRs, trying to set a qualifying total, a couple of other different reasons why you would want to make sure you have a total, but then get a chance to really take advantage of the day that you have trained for. So Ronald's going to come out next. He is a men's raw master lifter, so the masters divisions are separated into A and B by the beginning and end of the decades. Oh, and a good catch by our spotters and loaders there. Lots of respect for the spotters and loaders. They are working hard out there, making sure all the weights are accurate, getting it done quickly so the meet runs smoothly, and then also keeping our lifters safe. I will always respect spotters and loaders. And I also like to offer it as an opportunity for somebody who's maybe getting into powerlifting, because it's a great way to see how the meet runs. You get to see lots of cool lifts, and a lot of times you get paid. So if you have a free Saturday or Sunday and there's a local meet near you, take the opportunity to reach out, maybe offer to be a spotter and loader. It is a lot of work. You will be sore, but you don't have to pay meet admission, and you get the best view in the house for all the lifts. And that's our first successful third attempt from Jeremy Fink. That is 200 kilos on the bar, 440 pounds. So Stephen Kwong is the one that we saw have a little bit of an issue when he came out for his second squat. He is going to come back and take that same weight for his third attempt. So not completing a squat doesn't necessarily take away your option to try it again for your third attempt or a later attempt. And he could have opted to go up in weight if he wanted. I don't blame him for not. This is a great call, I think, in my opinion. Just make sure you secure the kilos that you have on the day. So we're excited to see this because it should have been a second attempt. Should move pretty well for him. Oh, he was ready for that one. Much better. Glad he was able to take that for his third attempt. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. So the only way that you would lose your opportunity to take an attempt is if you submit a 0 attempt for an earlier attempt. So if you complete your opener and then you say, I have been having a horrible day, everything feels badly, I just don't want to lift anymore. I'm just not going to lift. We call that a scratch. You submit a 0 weight attempt for your attempt. That will disqualify you from taking any later attempts in that discipline. You can still take, like if you did it on squat, you can still take bench and deadlift, but you can't take any more squats after you submit a 0 attempt. Jonathan coming out here, pushing through that. Waits for his commands. Let's see what our judges have to say. He did opt to go up after missing his second one. And he's going to be 3 reds. Unfortunately, he didn't squat deep enough. So I will flip to a slightly different angle just for a moment. We do have a jury with us today. So if you look just behind our head ref, you can see the jury table. So lifters and coaches do have the opportunity to go and challenge calls should they so desire, and the jury has the opportunity to explain to them what happened, explain to them what's going on, and if they do opt to challenge, there's a potential for the jury to overturn if they see something differently than what the referee saw on the platform. Alex Bogner coming out and making pretty light work of his third attempt. That's 215 kilos on the bar. We've got 473 pounds, and that's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. He's also in our junior 20 to 23 division, and I believe I see a Hokie bird on his belt. So I am going to guess that he's from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. They have a pretty sizable powerlifting club down there at Virginia Tech. They came out and actually won our collegiate state meet last week, just edging out VCU. George Mason also put up quite a show last week. I believe this lifter may be from George Mason. I know one of the George Mason coaches is also competing today. We're excited to see him lift. Let's watch Omar with his third attempt, pushing through that sticking point. Successfully stands up. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. 3 red lights, good lift. In our last squat of the first flight of the day, David Luckett, he's going to come out with 235 kilos on the bar, so that is more than our 500-pound mark, so we will have all 5 of our spotters and loaders on the bar to keep that lifter safe, just in case anything happens. But I'm really excited to watch him stand up with us. I think he's going to do this. And it is getting loud in here, everybody. This crowd is getting into it. They are enjoying these third attempt hype videos. And they are ready to watch some 500-pound squats to start our day so far. A strong walkout. Let's see what he does with this. Pushing through that sticking point. Just gets away from him. What a great catch by our spotters and loaders. So now that all of the lifters in Flight E, our first flight of the day, have completed all 3 attempts on their squats, we're going to move into the second flight of the day, Flight F. Now they're going to do the exact same thing where they're all going to take their first attempts, then seconds, then thirds. We'll repeat that one more time with a third flight of the session and take a 10-minute break to move into bench. Making quick work of his opener, 150 kilos, 264 pounds. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Our next lifter, you can see now, also a Masters lifter, but in Masters 1A instead of Masters 1B. And so we do have another rule coming into play here. So in USAPL powerlifting, you are not allowed to have your knee sleeves touching your socks or your singlet. And that is because in raw powerlifting, you're not allowed to have any supportive gear on. And if you have those hiding, you might be able to see, you might be able to hide something under there you're not supposed to have. USAPL Powerlifting does offer equipped lifting. All of our lifters today, I do believe, are raw, so we won't see that today, unfortunately. But it does exist within the federation. And they are allowed to wear supportive, single-ply supportive suits, a bench shirt when they bench, and knee wraps, which are compressive and supportive and help to allow the lifter to lift more weight, which is why it would be unfair to hide that underneath your singlet or your knee sleeves in raw competitive powerlifting. Our next lifter of the day is going to be Jalen Owens, opening up here at 165. It's about 363 pounds. He stands up with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. It's going to be 2-1. Good lift. My guess is that the chief referee did not think that he waited for the rack command. That's my best guess there. Our next lifter, Anthony here, I believe also from George Mason University, making quick work of his opener, completing that same 165 kilograms for 3 white lights. Good lift. So we just got to replace the bar command, which means that our side judges don't quite think that this lifter is assuming the appropriate start position. So they'll get a replace command from the chief referee instead of a start command. They'll be able to get the opportunity to start that, to get in that start position. There we go, locking his knees out, getting that start command, making quick work of his opener, and racking the bar. I do think he may have jumped that rack command, yeah, and so our judges agree. He'll be able to come back and get that again for his second attempt. Our next lifter of the day here is Howard Simons. He's coming out and starting with 182.5 pounds. This is one of the kilo numbers I know really well because it is where you jump into 400 pounds. This is 401.5. and a lot of ladies really like that 400-pound mark for deadlift. I have been trying to get that for quite some time. Someday it'll come, but I am well acquainted with 182.5. And he gets 2-to-1 no lift, so 2-to-1 no lift. So our chief referee and our right side judge both threw a red light, yellow card. Howard's going to go and talk to the jury to figure out what happened with that. So we got another replace the bar command here for William. He's going to figure out what he needs to do. He still has plenty of time to get that start command. He's got about 20 more seconds. Let's see if he can assume that start position. Get everything ready to go. There we go. We got that start command. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. And that's going to be, unfortunately, 2-to-1 no lift, so our judges don't think that he quite got deep enough there. He does have an opportunity to come back and try that again for his second attempt. Our next lifter here, I'm not going to try to pronounce his name. Well, maybe I will. We'll call him Amir for now, I guess. He makes quick work of his opener, 210 kilos, 463 pounds. For a 2-to-1 good lift, our right side judge didn't think he quite got deep enough. So I did see a couple of things there with David's lift. He is going to get a red for jumping the rack command, but also something that I saw that needs to be addressed. He needs to hold on to that bar the whole time. So once you grip the bar and in squat, that means you have to have the fingers wrapped around the bar, but the thumbs do not necessarily have to be wrapped underneath the bar. You cannot let go of that. So you may have seen him open his hands when he started his squat. You can't be doing that. And that's be able to maintain control of the bar for safety reasons for the lifter and for the spotters and loaders. Another reason for a red light yellow card on the squat is if you dump the bar. So a lot of Olympic lifters, CrossFitters that use bumper plates, when they fail a squat, they'll dump the bar backwards. That's safer for them because they're trying to get out of the way. But we don't use bumper plates, and we have spotters and loaders. So we have iron plates, metal plates. So if you dump the bar on our spotters and loaders, that is a safety concern for you all, but as well as for our spotters and loaders. And that would be a reason to disqualify the lift, but also a reason to disqualify the lifter from the meet. So if you are training in powerlifting, don't train yourself to dump that bar. Try to stay with it as long as you can. We made quite a big jump from our lifter David into our lifted Nicholas. There was 57.5 kilo jump up to 267.5 kilos, and Nicholas was able to complete that successfully for his opening attempt. Our last lifter opening up his squats today for Flight F, Taylor, is going to come out and try for 270 kilos. A tall man. I believe his rack height was like 24. Mine is 9, so that's a tall person. He's going to come out and make some easy work of his opener of 270 kilos. I've got to flip my chart to be able to tell you how many pounds that is. We're looking at 594 pounds, almost to 600 as an opener. And just absolutely smooth. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. 3 white lights, good lift. Yeah, so there are a lot of little rules. In the chat, we have a lifter saying that they didn't know about the hand thing. I don't see it often, but I've seen it enough now where I know to look for it, for one, and also to be able to tell my athletes as a coach or other athletes as a technical coordinator if I'm working as a referee to make sure that they're not doing that. But it is a safety thing. So we're going to wrap back around to the top of the flight here. Ben is going to come out for the 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds. And Ben pushes through his sticking point. The crowd is loving it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3-way lights, good lift. So coming up here just a little bit, we have two lifters that have the same attempt loaded on the bar. And you are going to look at that and you're going to say, well, how do they decide who was first? Is it alphabetical order? Is it weight class order? And the answer is lot numbers. And lot numbers are randomly assigned numbers given to the lifters that help determine your weigh-in order and also your lifting order. So if you have a low lot number, you get to weigh in early, which means you get to eat first. I love having a low lot number. My last few meets, I have not had a low lot number, and I had to wait a long time to eat, and that is never a fun day. So, if you have a lower lot number than the other lifter that is lifting the same weight as you, you are going to lift that weight first. So, let's say you are attempting 167.5 kilos, and so is Jalen. And his lot number is 475, and yours is 307. You would be lifting that weight first. Unfortunately, Jalen is going to get 3 reds for that. I believe he jumped his rack command there. We're going to make sure he knows what he's doing so that he can come out and try that again for his third attempt. We also have a few lifters who did not complete their opening attempt successfully. All of them have decided to retake their opening attempt. You don't have to do that. If you complete the lift and it was a command thing and you decide that you know you're not going to do that for your second, you decide to go up anyway, that is an option. But you are not allowed to go any lower than what you have declared as your opening attempt. And then same with your second. If you decide to go up 10 kilos from your first to your second, now you can't go back within that same 10 kilos. So if, for instance, Anthony had not successfully squatted that 175 kilos, he couldn't go back to the score table and tell them, well, I want to try 170 instead. You have to stay at whatever you establish that new high is, or the new low is. So Brian's one of our lifters that unfortunately did not successfully complete his first attempt, but he is taking it again, 175 kilos, 385 pounds. He got that command much quicker this time. Waits for his command. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. So now that means Brian is in the meet because you have to have at least one successful lift in each discipline, squat, bench, and deadlift, in order to put up the total. Now he has a squat. Howard is another of our lifters that unfortunately did not get his first attempt. Let's see what he's going to do for his second. So unfortunately, that did get an early rack command there. Our head referee was a little concerned for his safety on that one, so he does not get it for his second attempt. He does still have one more chance to try and get that for his third attempt to stay in the meet. William's going to come out now. He's got 190 kilograms on the bar. 190 kilograms, 418 pounds. He also did not get it for his opener. He's going to retake it for his second attempt. And he stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. He's in the meet. David Singh coming out next. He's got 210 kilos on the bar, 463-ish pounds. He is retaking it from his opener. That was unfortunately unsuccessful. Let's see what he's got to say about his second attempt here. So he waited for his commands this time. Let's see what our judges have to say. Unfortunately, that's going to be 3 reds. So I do believe he let go of that bar again. And then 2 of our judges agree that he didn't quite squat deep enough. He'll get some information from our jury table, figure out what happened, come back, try to one more time for his third attempt. So what we saw there is that the lifter cannot come onto the platform until their bar is called loaded by the head referee, which is when their time starts. A lot of lifters can see the weight on the bar and they get a little excited, but the head referee is in charge of making sure that the plates are correct, the rack is correct, and that the referees are all ready, the spotters and loaders are all ready for a safe and complete lift. We've got 2 more second attempts here in flight F, and then we are going to roll right on into third attempt squats in the second flight of the morning. Nicholas coming out, he's going to show us what he can do with 270 kilos. 270 kilos is a lot of weight, 594 pounds, almost 600 pounds. So I don't know if this was intentional or not, but I'm going to use it to take advantage of an opportunity to explain a rule. In USAPL powerlifting, you have to tell the judges what you would like to take for your next attempt. So you submit your openers at weigh-ins. You say, I'm going to start with these weights. Then after you complete your first lift, you go to the score table and you say, I would like to go to this next weight. If you don't do that, if you complete the lift successfully, you get a good lift, 3 white lights, 2 1 white lights, you will automatically be entered to go up 2.5 kilos. If you do not complete the lift, you will automatically be entered to repeat the weight. So, especially if you miss a lift for a rule reason, especially like a command reason, and you decide that you want to go up anyway, and you don't tell the score table, they will not increase your weight more at all if you get an incomplete lift. And that can take away opportunity to make sure that you are putting up as much weight as you want to, right? If you know you only want to go up 2.5 kilos between each attempt, you could skip the score table if you really wanted, but it's always nice to make sure that lifters tell the referees and tell the meet what they intend to be doing. Oh, and he's pushing through that. Standing up with 285 kilos on his back. Unfortunately, I do believe he jumped his rack command there. 285 is 627 pounds. We were talking earlier about these weight classes. So we'll start with Ben, for instance. Ben is in our master's age division, but he's also in the 100 kilogram weight class. What if you wake up one day and you are just super heavy? If you come in to compete in your powerlifting meet that day and you say, I'm going to weigh 100 kilograms on that day, and you actually weigh 110 kilograms, then you will miss weight, or you have the opportunity to make weight in our 2-hour weigh-ins, which are going to occur 2 hours before lifting starts. So this morning they started at 7 in the morning for lifting start at 9. Or at local meets, you're able to move the weight classes at the discretion of your meet director. Unfortunately, an incomplete lift there for Ben. Not successful with 127.5 kilos on the bar. So if you miss weight at a higher level meet, like a national level meet or a regional level meet, you will be competing as a guest lifter. Guest lifters can still put up the qualifying total in the weight class that they are now lifting in. So I'm a 65 or 70 kilo lifter, depending on the day. If I miss weight in 65 and compete as 70 as a guest lifter, I can put up the qualifying total for the 70, but not for the 65, even though I had originally declared the 65. That matters because the totals for the 70 class are almost always higher than the 65. David stands up with his third attempt. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Making a pretty sizable jump, which makes me think that 2.5 kilo jump from his first to his second was because he missed that score table. You do also only have a minute to submit that second or third attempt, so the next attempt after your completed lift. If you don't do it within that minute, you're getting the 2.5 bump or the 0 bump if you have an incomplete lift. You also cannot change those attempts once they've been submitted. So if you and your coach disagree on something, whoever tells the score table first is going to be what gets loaded on the bar. Unfortunately, a no lift for Jalen there, but he does have his opener squat, so he is going to still be in the meet, be able to put up a total for the day. So going back to those attempt changes, there are a couple of different rules that apply for attempt changes. You can change your opening attempts if your warm-ups are going just absolutely badly. As long as it is within 3 minutes of your flight starting that discipline. So if I wanted to change my squat opener and I was in the first flight, I would have to wait until, I could only wait until 3 minutes before squatting started. For later flights in the day, it's about 3 lifters from the end of the flight because each lifter gets a minute. He stands up with that quickly. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1 no lift depth. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to put up a total for the day. He does have the opportunity to go to the jury to talk to them to see if they saw something different, and it looks like he is going to do that. I cannot really judge depth from where I'm sitting back here at the live stream, but they are going to be able to from where they're sitting. So he'll get some information there. And he pushes through that with 187.5 kilos on his back, 413-ish pounds. Feels right. 412.5 for a good lift from our judges. So something that I love about powerlifting, because it is an individual sport, there is team competition, but it's not a uniform sport like baseball or soccer, is you get to see a lot of personality in these lifters. So you'll see, like, these knee sleeves have some designs on them. Their belts are going to have designs, different colors on their shoes, different color singlets. That's going to be a good lift there for Brian with 190 kilos. So I really enjoy seeing all the personality come out of the different lifters. It's really fun just to get to know the lifters as they lift, and then also get to see just a little snapshot of what their personality is on the platform. William going to come out. He did make a pretty good jump there to 200 kilos, 440 pounds on the bar for his third attempt. He's pushing through. Gets all of his commands. See what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. So David did decide to go up 17.5 kilos from his first 2 unsuccessful squats. Let's see what happens here for his 3rd attempt. He does need this squat to be able to stay in the meet. Unfortunately, he knows that he's not going to get that one because, again, he opened his hands. He just went ahead and reset his feet to be able to stand up successfully with the bar, but he knows what he did there. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift from our judges. So if you do put up no squats, for instance, you are able to still stay and lift the rest of the meet for bench and deadlift, just so that you can show us what you can do for the day, but unfortunately you're not going to be able to qualify for any of the national level meets or put up a total for the day, so you're not going to be eligible for awards. A smooth 3rd squat here from Amir, who went up 17.5 kilos as well for his 3rd attempt to 230 kilos for a successful 3rd squat. We've got 2 more squats here in flight F, and then we're going to move right on into flight G. They'll do all their squats, and then we will take a 10-minute break for bench. So you'll hear me talking about this a little bit. A lot of lifters, the main goal is to, not necessarily the main goal, but a big goal is to qualify for higher level meets. In USAPL powerlifting, you are no longer able to set up a national qualifying total for raw nats at just any level meet anymore. They have to be done at a state or regional meet or higher, so that could be at the previous nationals, for instance. And it has to be done within a certain time frame. So if you wanted to qualify for 2026 nationals, that qualifying total would have to be put up from January 1 of 2025 until the end of the qualifying total period for 2026, which would be just before the meet. However, that meet fills up pretty quickly, so you probably want to have it done in 2025 or early 2026. And if you're looking at doing that, there are a few meets coming up to allow you to be able to do that. And he said no on that one. Excellent depth, but unfortunately not able to stand back up with that one. Thanking our spotters and loaders for a great job. One more squat here in flight F, going to be 285 kilograms from Taylor. So if you are interested in those state meets, reach out to your state director, your state chair is the word I'm looking for, to see when those meets are. But I do happen to know a couple off the top of my head. The earliest one I know of is January 3rd in Kingsport, Tennessee. That is northeast Tennessee. There's also going to be one at the end of January in Concord, North Carolina. So it's North Carolina State. It's going to be January 31st. If you're interested in competing in a USAPL Virginia meet for states, USAPL Virginia states is going to be at the end of February and on February 21st. So you're absolutely correct. Yes. So Open Raw Nationals needs to be set at a state or higher level meet. Collegiate level, high school level, Empower ID, youth lifters, and masters lifters can all qualify at local meets. So a lot of these masters lifters, a teen lifter, for instance, could qualify for high school nationals or collegiate nationals at this meet. So you're absolutely correct in our chat there. All of our age divisions can qualify for their respective nationals, but not for open raw nationals at a local level meet. And those national level meets are going to take place at a few different places at different time frames. So Masters Nationals is, I believe, in July. I can pull it up really quickly. Collegiate Nationals, I know for sure, is in April, the beginning of April in New Orleans, Louisiana. High School Nationals is going to be before that in Killeen, Texas. It's in March. And then Masters is the same weekend as Raw Nationals, so you'll be competing in the same meet, but you can't compete in the Open, just in the Masters division. That would be June 10th to the 14th in Chicago or Lombard, Illinois. And unfortunately, that was a no lift there for that opener. I believe he jumped his rack command for Dimitri. He'll come back and try it again. So they have recently changed some of the dates there because Nationals used to be in September. So I'm still getting used to the new schedule also. But this year it is in June. I just pulled it up. Frankie there getting asked to make sure that his singlet is not touching those knee sleeves, to make sure he's not hiding anything under there that he's not supposed to have for this Raw Open division. So he stands up successfully with that. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1. Got called for death from the front. But good lift. So, something that we saw there, he was cutting it a little close to squishing his fingers. So an option you do have that I don't see a lot of lifters take advantage of, but I personally do, not because I put my hands that far out, but because I whack the arms of the squat rack when I squat with the plates, and that's not a fun time to have a lot of weight on your back and whack it and get all off kilter, is you can actually tilt the arms of the squat rack in. So this combo rack is able to tilt those in just a little bit. Lifters who like to set their hands closer to the plates will do that so that their hands are not going to be at risk of getting squished when they re-rack the bar. I will do that so that I don't whack the bar so I don't get squished by the bar. Scott making easy work up to 12.5 for his opener. It's going to be a good lift, 3-way lights. And that's 3 white lights for an easy opener there. 220 kilos on the bar for Jamel. So this right here, Adrian, is one of the coaches for George Mason Powerlifting. I have seen him coaching a lot the last few weeks. I'm really excited to see him lift today. He's actually been at every meet that I have been at in the last 6 weeks. Saw him at regionals in South Carolina. Saw him at a meet in Lorton a few weeks ago. He was here 2 weeks ago at a meet in Fredericksburg. He was here last weekend coaching the George Mason Powerlifting team at Collegiate States. Excited to see what he can do today. 220 kilos for his opener. Absolutely dunks it. Stands up, shakes his head. He says, put some more weight on that bar. He's 3 white lights, good lift. We've got a lot of our big lifters lifting today. The last opening attempt in this flight, I'm looking ahead a little bit, is opening at 300 kilos. It's 666 pounds, number of the beast. Making easy work of his opener there. 225 kilos, going to be 3 white lights. Good lift from our judges. Our next lifter here is DeMarco Singletary. He's got 230 kilos on the bar. 486 pounds? Might be more than that. No, 230 is going to be over 500. I can't do math today. 506. Making easy work of his opener there. It's going to be 3 white lights for DeMarco. Next lifter coming out, this is Michael Berry. Another tall person. What is his squat rack? Squat rack of 20. Again, mine is like 8 or 9. And absolutely dunks that. Had to squat a mile forever, but stands up super quickly with 232.5 kilos for 3 white lights. Good lift. Perry settling into his start position, making sure he gets nice and ready. Gets that start command. He smiles on the way up. He knew he was standing up. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. 3 white lights, good lift. Yes, absolutely shout out to those spotters and loaders. They have been killing it. They are so quick out there. They are making sure everybody stays safe, making sure all the loads are correct. So much respect for our spotters and loaders. I will shout them out all the time. Dijon coming out here, settling quickly to his start position, gets his squat command. He looks locked in. He also has to squat a mile, I feel. 3 white lights, good lift. We've got 2 more opening squats here for this last flight of the day. 272.5 kilos coming up next for Jonathan Morris. So we do have some of our larger lifters lifting today. Some of our smaller lifters lifted yesterday. So the way that weight classes work for women and men is slightly different. But for our men, since that's who's lifting today, they start at 52 kilos, then 56, 60, 67.5 kilos, 75, 82.5, 90. Today, I believe we're starting at 90. So we have 90, 100, 110, and 125. There are 2 more classes, the 140 and the 140 plus. That's a good lift for Jonathan Morris. 272.5 kilos, 3 by lights. We do not have any of those lifters lifting today. So the heaviest lifter we have today is in the 125 kilo class, I believe. Yes, double check that. That is correct. Women's weight classes are slightly different. We don't have any women lifting today. They all lifted yesterday. Like one of our participants there in the chat, she lifted yesterday. Cheyenne, it was a great pleasure to be able to also commentate her lifting yesterday. Their weight classes are slightly different, so they start as low as 44 kilos. They go 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, and then they split the 67.5 in 2025 to be the 65 and 70. And I'm so glad they did, because now I don't have to try to get down to 67.5 anymore. I could stay 70 all day long. Easy work of 300 kilos, 666 pounds there. Does get 1 red light blue card from our head ref. That's either going to be for downward motion, or she did not think that he was locked out completely at the top of the squat, either at the beginning or the end of the lift. But that's going to be 2-to-1 good lift, 300 kilos for Brian. And we're going to wrap up those opener squats, go all the way back down to 125 kilos, 275 pounds for Dimitri. He's got a chance to take this again after missing it for his opener. So the addition of the 65 and 70 class for the women now has made the weight classes distribute a little more evenly. So then we go 75, 82.5, 90, and then 100 and 100 plus for the ladies. Makes quick work of that for Dimitri. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 reds, unfortunately, they don't think he squatted quite deep enough, so he is going to have to try and come back and get one more for his third in order to stay in the meet today. So, as we were talking about earlier, this lifter has opted to turn those squat arms in. I think that's an excellent call because I don't want him to squeeze his fingers. So if you are a lifter who squats with your squat arms in, you do have to declare that to the score table so we know to do that. So I always make sure to tell my score table when I'm competing that I would like that so I don't get squished, because I do whack those plates pretty good on the sides if I don't have them in. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift on that for Frankie. He did not quite get deep enough. All 3 of our judges agree. Squat makes a strong walkout with 222.5. Stands up with it. He's excited about that. And that's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Adrian's coming up next. He's got 235 kilograms on the bar. That's going to be over 500 pounds. We're looking at 517. Again, this is one of our local coaches from George Mason University. We're always excited to watch Adrian lift. A big breath there from Adrian. Oh, he's pushing through that, looking smooth. He's happy about that, I think. I thought I saw a smile pop up. 3 white lights, good lift. So you will see our lifters taking that nice big breath before they lift, and you are probably thinking to yourself, why are they doing that? Well, it's the same reason that they wear a lifting belt. It's going to be to help increase the pressure in their abdomen, so increase intra-abdominal pressure to help protect their spine, because your spine does not like to be unsupported when it moves. And you have a really nice internal lifting belt, a built-in lifting belt, if you will, in your core muscles, and that big belly breath and brace can help get that natural belt going. Having that extra additional cue and that extra pressure from the belt can also increase that pressure just a little bit more to add some extra support and make it feel better when you lift. Getting some fist bumps from our spotters and loaders. They're excited to be here. We love it. He's got 245 kilos on the bar. 20 kilo jump from his first attempt to his second. The big boys do that. I could not do that. I would keel over dead. Oh, unfortunately, I think he knows that he jumped that rack command. It's going to be a no lift from our judges. He does have the option to take that again, or he could go up a little bit more if he wanted. Oh, and making some smooth work of his 17.5 kilo jump up to 247.5 for DeMarco. That's going to be a good lift. 3-way lights. He absolutely dunked that. Let's see what our judges are going to have to say about his 247.5 kilo lift. 3-way lights, good lift. Perry stands up with his 257.5 kilo second attempt. Let's see what our judges are going to say about that. 3-way lights, good lift. He took a sizable 10 kilo jump to 267.5 kilos for a 3-way lights second attempt there. We're going to go all the way up to 297.5, a 25 kilo jump for Jonathan Morris from his first to his second. Let's see what is going to happen here. So you hear me talking about these jumps, whether they're large or small. I also do consider, and this is the reason why I know that the larger lifters, the heavier, the stronger lifters can do this, is that as you get to larger weights, the percentage of the max weight that you're lifting for that 20 kilograms becomes smaller. So let's take my max lifts, for instance. If I'm lifting like 150 kilos on squat, if I take a 20 kilo jump, that's a seventh, which is 13% of my max, versus 20% of 300 is less than 10%. So I get it. I know why they do it, but it still freaks me out when they do it. Oh my goodness. So smooth. 297.5 kilos, almost. That's right at 660. It's going to be 3 white lights, good lift. Our last second squat for the day is going to be 317.5 kilos from Ryan, taking a 17.5 kilo jump from his 300 kilo opener. Let's see what he has to say about this. We were having some audio difficulties in the gym here too, so I will see if Saber can come and make some adjustments back here. But I'm just going to keep talking until that happens. Please let me know if the sound keeps cutting in and out in the chat so I can provide that information to Saber. That's going to be 3 white lights, good lift with that nasty 317.5 kilos. I don't even know what that is in pounds. I'm gonna have to consult my chart here. 600 and that's almost 700 pounds. 698.5. We may have a 700-pound squat today for this third attempt. Oh my goodness. Let's see what he does. Dimitri coming out for his third attempt here. He's got to make sure he follows those commands. Squats deep enough. Wait for that command. Let's see what our judges have to say. Looked okay to me here. 3 white lights, good lift. He's in the meet. So we've got Frankie coming out here. He's going to retake 207.5 kilos for his third attempt. He goes down, comes back up. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 2 to 1, good lift. Alrighty, we missed there.
Hit me if anything goes wrong.
what we were missing there while we were getting our microphones switched out to make sure that we have audio here. We had a good lift there for Scott, 235 kilos. Adrian's coming out. He says hi. Let's see what he's got to say about 240 kilos. He's so smooth with it. He knows it. That, I think, was easier than his second attempt. He's excited. 3 white lights for Adrian. Jamel coming out here with 250 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. He's getting excited. He's getting hype. He is locking in. Let's see what he's got to say. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. DeMarco coming out here. He's got 255 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. 255 is going to be 561 pounds. Looks smooth with it. Let's see what our judges have to say about it. 3 white lights. Good lift. He's excited about it. We're excited for him. We have just about 5 more squats for this last fun of the day for squats. We're going to go to Jaquan next with 257.5 kilos on the bar. Oh, he pushes through that, makes it look smooth, waiting for that rack come in. He stood there. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. 3 white lights, good lifts, and the jump pays off. We love to see it. Perry coming out here next. He's got 267.5 kilograms on the bar. 267.5 is going to be 588 pounds for his third attempt. Let's see what he's got to say about it. He takes his time getting settled in, making sure he is getting into that start position. He goes all the way down, stands up with it. He's getting excited. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1, good lift. He's pushing through that. Oh, stand all the way up. Lock it out. Gets the commands. He's locked in. What do our judges say? 3 white lights, good lift. Just 2 more squats for the day. We've got 305 kilos next for Jonathan Morris. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Last squat of the day for Brian. He's got 320 kilos on the bar. Let's see how we wrap up these squats for the day. That's over 700 pounds. 320, 704. He stands up with it. Let's see if we have a successful 700-pound squat. We do. 3 white lights. Good lift for Brian. That wraps up our squats for the day. We are going to take a 10-minute break as soon as these spotters and loaders, who are so good at their job, get this bar unloaded and the bench set up on the platform for us. So we are going to flip to another screen. You guys get to watch some nice, lovely snow while we wait for 10 minutes for a bench. Once they get all that set up, you do have 10 minutes from when that happens. So it'll be a little bit longer than 10, but I will be back just shortly before that to break down some of the rules for bench, make sure everyone knows what's going on. Hopefully our audio is working. Please feel free to let me know if anything is not working in the chat, and also if you have any questions, let me know. And bar is loaded. They got a little ahead of me, so we are going to go ahead and flip back to this view so we can watch Omar start off our bench today. So we've got the bars loaded call already. We are familiar with that one from the squat. The bench has 3 commands, so we are going to be watching for those. We got the start command just now, press command when that bar is motionless on the chest, and a rack command when they reestablish their start position. So good start position on squat we know is when they are standing all the way up with their knees locked out and ready to go. For the bench, there's a little more rules. So you have to have your feet flat on the floor, your bottom on the bench, your shoulders on the bench. Your head no longer has to be on the bench. And it can also, if you start with it on the bench, it can lift now. That's a relatively new rule in the last couple of years for USA Powerlifting. And we are also able to use the bench to get set up, so you'll see that happen some as well. And I actually want to flip to this view, I think, for a bench. Maybe we might flip to the other side. But I think we can see a little bit more of what's happening here with these lifters. And I know these lifters like to have these videos for when they post on social media their meet recaps. So we're going to try and get them the best angle we can. Oh, that's the best one. We'll do this side. So sorry for our first 2 lifters for having some different angles for those. But we're going to flip to this view here for now. And we've got Ronald Coleman coming out. So start position, you have to have feet flat on the floor, bottom on the bench, shoulders on the bench, and your elbows locked out. And you see our side refs here, you can see them now, they have their arms out. When that lifter assumes that start position, they will drop their arms. They'll get a start command from the head ref. When the bar is motionless on the chest, they'll get a press command, and then they do have to lock out and hold it to get a rack command. Ronald, I don't think, did that, so yeah, he's going to get 3 reds with the yellow light there. So red light, yellow card on bench, just like for squat if you miss the commands. Also a few other reasons: if your bottom moves off of the bench, if your feet lift up, so if you're really working hard on that leg drive and your heels come up or your toes come up or your feet tilt to the side, either way, that would be a red light, yellow card. A couple of other things that can happen. For my little cheat sheet of a brain, I like to think of red as bench depth. It's not bench depth like it is in some of the other federations, but instead it would be not bringing the bar low enough. So that would be not coming all the way to the chest. Rare, but I've seen it. And then also if you bring it down to your belly so far that you hit your belt. Less common in raw powerlifting, more common in equipped because the bar will kind of dump on them because of the bench shirt. But that would be a red, light red card. And then blue is going to be if you have downward motion of the bar or if you don't lock your elbows all the way back out. So just like on squat, if you don't lock your knees all the way back out or have that up and down motion, it would be a red light, blue card. Same thing for bench. And then yellow is your catch-all. So if something goes wrong with the red light, yellow card, I'll do my best to guess, but there's just so much it could be. I could be absolutely wrong, and the refs see something that I don't see because all I have is one angle and they have other ones. That's going to be 2-to-1 good lift for David. Not sure what our head ref saw. Our jury will figure it out. Next lifter coming out is going to be Jeremy Fink. He's got 132 kilograms on the bar, 291 pounds on the bar. That is going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Something you see a little bit more in bench than you do on squats, perhaps, is the lifters wearing wrist wraps. We do have some rules about the wrist wraps. You have to have a certain size wrist wrap, so they can't be any wider than 8 centimeters, can't be longer than a meter, and we do that at gear check. Make sure everything is platform official, platform ready. You also cannot have it wrapped up towards your fingers more than 2 centimeters from your wrist crease. You also can't have it more than 10 centimeters towards your elbow. So what that basically means is you have 12 centimeters total to work with, which is 1.5 of your wrist wrap width. So if you have someone who wraps your wrists with a super long wrist wrap all the way up your elbow, not allowed in USA powerlifting. The wrist wraps also cannot touch the bar. So if you're someone who uses your thumb loops, we can't use thumb loops out here. So those have to come off because that would be the wraps touching the bar. And you might see that happen sometimes where lifters forget to pull those thumb loops off. We'll ask them to step off the platform to remove those thumb loops before they're able to take their lift. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Paul. He does have 2 more chances to come out here and try that again. Our next lifter is going to be Omar. He's coming out with 117.5 kilograms on the bar. So this means we have already completed all of our first attempt benches in this flight. We're already wrapping around to the second attempts here for Omar, opening up with 112 and now moving to 117.5. He's pushing through that sticking point. See what our judges are going to have to say about that. 2-1, so I do believe they saw some downward motion of the bar, which means that after he started pressing, the whole bar started moving back towards his chest. That is unfortunately not allowed. Ronald Coleman coming out, he did unfortunately miss his opening attempt on bench, but he is going to go up just a little bit to 117.5 kilos anyway. Let's see what he's got to say about this. Weights for his commands that time. The crowd goes crazy. And that's going to be 3 by lights, good lift. Steven coming out next to 122.5 kilograms on the bar, 270 pounds. Moves that quickly. See what our judge is going to have to say. 3 right lights, good lift for Steven. Bars loaded for Alex. He's coming out with 132.5 kilograms on the bar, 291 pounds. Looked smooth for Alex. He's going to get 3 white lights for that good lift. Jeremy Fink making quick work of 140 kilograms on the bar. 308 pounds for 3 white lights. Good lift. So we also do have a rule about how wide you're able to grip that bar. So we can't really see it from this angle, and I don't know that the angles that we have today are going to be set up well for us to be able to see them. But if you're familiar with barbells, you know that there are knurling lines on the bar where there's a break in the knurling. The maximum allowable grip width, you must be covering that knurling line with your pointer finger at the absolute max. You can grip it anywhere between there, and you'll see some differences in different limb length lifters. So people who have longer arms, they tend to be gripping that bar wider, or also depending on which of their muscles are a little bit stronger. So if you grip the bar wider, it's going to bias the muscles of your chest, so your pecs and your front delts just a little bit more. Whereas if you're gripping more close, a little bit more closely, then you are biasing your triceps. Let me know in the chat if that audio is still cutting in and out for you guys, because all I know is what I'm saying. I don't hear the feedback at all, so please let me know. Unfortunately, Paul did miss that second attempt at 150 kilograms. He's going to come out and try it one last time for his third attempt on bench. He does need it to stay in the meet, because remember, you do need to have one successful lift at each discipline completed. So one successful attempt in each discipline in order to put up that total for the day. What we just saw there was a timeout by that lifter. So he unfortunately did not come out and get the bar unracked and get into the start position to be able to get the start command before his 1 minute run out. Some lifters will do this as a benefit to their other competitors if they know that they're not going to come out and take that attempt. Some lifters also just are not paying attention. But some lifters do it strategically as a way to make sure that the lifters have enough time to rest, or a little bit extra time to rest, because they've opted not to take an attempt. 122.5 kilos for Ronald here. Let's see what our judges have to say about that. I saw something that it's going to make me excited to talk about. 3 white lights. So, good lift here. What we're going to chat about here is that I saw his feet slide a little bit. Sliding is allowed as long as they don't pick up and replace their feet or lose contact with the floor. They're okay to slide forward just a little bit. And that does happen if you're really, really pushing sometime. I am seeing that there's a static sound when I start. I'm probably in speaking. My best guess is going to be that I don't think it's an ice the competition. Usually in powerlifting you want a little bit more rest. It is a little trippy, though, when you see it happen because you're so used to people lifting. It does happen. um, Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift there for Steven with that 132.5 kilogram attempt. I don't think it's an ice out. I really don't. Just because we're not like kicking in football, right? Where you need to like lock in and do what you got to do. A little bit extra time to settle for powerlifting is really nice, especially in a flight like today where we only have 8 or 9 lifters. Because you're used to having those larger flights, having that little bit of extra time might be a little bit helpful to help recover those muscles just a little bit to be able to push like a little bit extra weight. So I actually think it's a benefit to the lifters if you have timeouts sometimes. It's a little bit annoying as a referee if you don't know what's happening, but David pushes through his sticking point. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. He's excited. We're excited for him. Oh, he's dabbing and dancing. He's literally in the gritty. So Paul does need this bench in order to stay in the meet and put up a total for the day. So our crowd is getting behind him, really letting him lock in and settle in for this last attempt at this 150 kilogram bench, 330 pounds. So what we saw there is that he did not quite get all the way to his chest to get that press command. Our jury is waving him over because I think maybe that spotter may have grabbed the bar just a little bit early. So he may be getting a relift at the end of this flight. We'll see. Jeremy Fink coming out next. He's also going to try his hand at 150 kilograms, 330 pounds on the bar. We've got 2 more lifters in this flight to round out flight E bench. 150 kilos here for Jeremy, and then we're going to have 160 coming out for Jonathan next. Oh, he makes that look smooth. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. He's excited. Subtly excited, but excited. So Paul is going to get a relift. We've got him added here to the end of our flight. So he's got one last chance to get that to be able to keep in the meet. Unfortunately, Jonathan is not able to put up that 160 kilogram, 352 pound bench. He does still have 150 kilos from his second attempt, 330 pounds. All right, so we're going to load this bar up for Paul. Because he just lifted, I do believe he is going to get a little bit of compensatory time. So what that means is he's going to get a full clock of 3 minutes instead of just 1 minute to come out and get that start command. So the jury did see that the spotter took the bar a little bit early, and when that interference happens by the spotter, the lifter is granted the opportunity to get a relift at the end of the flight, but because
check, 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 check.
And hopefully we are back. So what we missed in the meantime, in the first flight, or sorry, the first attempt of the second flight there, everyone got their opener except for Brian Hernandez and Taylor Bowen. They are going to come back and try and get it for their second attempt, with Brian Hernandez going up a little bit for his. And then what just happened is we had a missed second attempt for Ben at 100 kilograms, but he does have an opportunity to come and get it for his third. He does already also have a successful opener on bench. So hopefully all of the audio sound is back now, hopefully. Please keep me updated on any issues, and I can run and grab the people who are much better at this than I am. I'm really good at talking. I'm really bad at all the other stuff. Yay, you can hear me. Hooray! William Albritton coming out for his second attempt. He's got 135 kilos on the bar. Pushing through his sticking point. Oh, doesn't look like he's going to get that. It's going to be no lift for that one. He does have a chance to come back and get it one more time. So we talked a little bit about hands on the squat because we did have that lifter that kept letting go of the bar. So in the bench, your thumb does have to be wrapped around the bar. When you grip the bar for bench, fingers wrapped around, you can have fingertips on the bar. That's what is colloquially called a bulldog grip, or commonly called a bulldog grip, and it is explicitly stated in the rulebook that you can use a bulldog grip. But you must wrap your thumb around the bar. You can't have a thumbless or suicide grip, as they call it in the gym. Let's get back to this other view. Maybe. Maybe we'll get back to the other view. Maybe not. There we go, back to the other view. So David is going to have a completed lift. Let's see if it was successful. Yes, 3 white lights, good lift from our judges. So Brian did opt to go up 10 kilograms from his missed opener. If I remember correctly, I think he missed his rack command. So he's going to come out, he's going to wait for that rack command and get this on his second attempt. He waits for that rack command. He gets 3 white lights. Good lift. He's in the meet. Jalen fought for that 142.5 kilo bench. Unfortunately, not going to be there today, but he does have a chance to come back and try it one more time for his third attempt. And that's going to be a 3 right leg good lift second attempt at 150 kilos, 330 pounds for Mir. Taylor's going to come out and he's going to try this 160 kilogram bench for his second attempt after not quite getting it for his first. I can roll back and see what the judges had to say about that. Maybe. It was yellow cards all around, so I cannot tell you what happened there. He makes that look really easy. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2 to 1 good lift. I think his feet may be raising up off the floor. I don't know that for certain. But it did appear to me like one of his heels might have been lifting up off the floor. And so you must, once you establish your heels down on the ground, you have to keep them there. They cannot lift. Your feet can't turn. Nothing crazy like that. We're going to have 2 more second attempts on bench. One for David at 165 kilograms, so 363 pounds. And then we're going to wrap up with a 402-pound bench second attempt for Nicholas. Then we're going to wrap it back around and do it one more time for this Flight F bench with third attempts on bench. David makes that slow and steady descent down, getting that press command, and it's going to successfully bench 363 today. 3 white lights, good lift. Bar is called loaded for Nicholas Soto. 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds on the bar. For a second attempt, which means he could go up. Absolutely crazy. He's pushing through it. He's going to lock it out. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. So far today, we've already had a 700-pound squat, a 400-pound bench, and we're still only in our second flight of the day. We still have more benches to go and all of deadlifts. And we have somebody opening on deadlifts at 335 kilos. That's a lot of weight. We may have an 800-pound deadlift today. That would be exciting. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift for Ben at that 100-kilo bench. However, he does have his bench opener, so he is still in the meet. He's going to be able to put up a total today. A valiant effort there from Anthony, but unfortunately not going to happen for him today. He'll come back and get that at his next meet. William Albritton coming out next. He's going to try that 135 kilogram attempt again. He's got 297 pounds on the bar, I believe. Almost 300. Almost. Pushing through that sticking point. I don't think that's going to go up today. Unfortunately, he's going to not get that one today. He does have his opener, so he will be able to put up a total for the day. He'll come back and get that at his next meet. Jalen going to try again for this 142.5 kilo bench. Unfortunately, that's not there today for Jalen. But he does still have his opener bench, so he is going to be able to put up a total for the day so far. David settling in here. He's also going to try for 142.5 kilos for his third attempt on bench. Oh, he makes that look smooth. Let's see what our judges say. 3 right legs, good lift. So I made a joke earlier about the first squat of the day being the absolute hardest lift. I also think that the third bench of the day is the most elusive lift of the day. It especially is true, in my opinion, for women. And that gets back to that whole percentage conversation we were having earlier. Because those 2.5 kilo jumps, man, they can be really big for some of our ladies' benches because they're not benching 400 pounds, most of them, like some of these gentlemen are today. So in my experience, I have, I think, maybe completely successfully gotten one third attempt bench. So I like to call it the most elusive lift of the day just because it is so hard to get it. Sometimes that extra 2.5 kilos, man, it gets absolutely stapled to your chest. And sometimes you can make 5 kilo jumps, no problem, just like Brian just did. And he's going to get 3 right lights for a good third attempt lift. Howard's going to try for 150, 336 pounds on the bar. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Howard there. And we did see also some directions from the head ref there. His thumb was not wrapped all the way around the bar. So we talked about how you cannot have a thumbless grip on the bench. You must have your thumbs wrapped around the bar. So that was why he got that original replace command. that's going to be a no lift for Amir on that 160 kilo bench today. Not going to get that 352 pound bench today, but he'll come back and get it in his next meet. I do have an update. But in the first flight of bench on the second attempt for Omar, he had 117.5 kilos on the bar. It was declared a no lift on the platform due to downward motion. The jury has overturned that, so he successful second lift at 117.5 kilos. So congratulations to Omar there. We're going to wrap up here shortly with Flight F bench. We've got this 172.5 kilo bench from Kaler looking absolutely smooth. Let's see what our judges say. 2 to 1, good lift. I do also think that's still because of that heel coming up. And then our last bench for this flight is going to be 187.5 kilos coming from Nicholas Soto. Unfortunately, Nicholas is not going to be able to put up 187.5 today, but he did still put up an absolutely monster 402, 182.5 kilos second attempt. Dimitri Brandt starting off our Flight G bench with a really quick 127.5 kilo opener. And that's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Adrian coming out. He's also going to take 127.5 kilos for his opener. That's going to be a good lift for Adrian. Scott coming out with 132.5 kilos on the bar. That's going to be 291 pounds for his opener. And that was a good lift there from Scott with his 291-pound opener. Absolute smoke show of an opener at 140.308 from Joquan. Good lift, three-way lights. It's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift with 308 pounds for our lift there from Frankie. And these gentlemen are making these bench weights look absolutely so easy for their openers. 150 kilos, 330 pounds moves for DeMarco for three-way lights. Good lift. And that looks like a quick lift from Brian. It's going to be a good lift, three-way lights. And Perry gets 2-to-1 good lift for his opener at 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Can you guys let me know if you can hear me speaking when I speak and if it is just cutting out when I turn my microphone off? That's 3 white lights, good lift for another 160 kilogram opener there from Jonathan. We've got 2 more first attempt benches here at 165 kilos for Michael and for Dijon. And then we're going to wrap back around to the top of the flight with Dimitri starting right back again. Once we finish this flight of bench, we will take a 10-minute break going into deadlifts. And these gentlemen continuing to make bench weights look absolutely ridiculously easy. 165 kilos moves for Michael Berry for a smooth 3 white light opener. And our last opener of the day, Dijon coming out with, again, 165 kilograms on the bar, 363 pounds. Making that look so smooth for a 3 white light. Good lift opener for Dijon. And now we move into second attempts on bench for this flight G, the final flight of the day. Adrian's going to start us off with 135 kilograms on the bar. That moves smoothly for Adrian. It's going to be a 3 white light second attempt at 135 kilograms, 297 pounds. Moved absolutely smooth there for Dimitri at 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds. He's going to get 1 rub of the yellow card from a side referee. Not really sure what happened there. Could be so many things. Scott coming out next with 140 kilograms on the bar, 308 pounds. Pushes through his sticking point. He's grinding it. He successfully completes the lift. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Joquan successfully puts that up, but I do believe he might have missed his rack command there. Oh, but he's going to get 2 to 1. Good lift. Frankie makes 157.5 kilos look really easy for his second attempt. It's going to be a 3 white light good lift. DeMarco's pushing through 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Makes it look really easy for a second attempt. Someone tell his coach to put some weight on his bar. 3 white lights, good lift. We are about halfway through the second attempts on bench and flight G. So we've got just a few more before we're going to move on to deadlifts. Some people's favorite lift of the day. That looks smooth to me. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for 162.5 kilo attempt for Jamel. So you see our spotters and loaders working really hard today. They are moving those safeties. They're moving that rack. And that is to make sure that our lifters stay safe. So if you come to a USAPL meet, make sure that when you are getting your rack heights for your bench that you also set your face safeties, because I would never ever want for you to miss a lift for something weird and funky happening and to have that bar drop onto your body. I would much rather have it be caught by the spotters or the face savers. Brian Smith's going to come out next. He's got 165 kilos on the bar, 363 pounds. He's pushing through it. Oh, not going to happen today. He does have a chance to come back and try one more time. We've got 4 more benches in the second attempt for flight G. We're going to start at 170 kilos. That is 375 pounds for Perry. Then we're going to move to 175, 385 pounds for both Michael and Dijon. And Jonathan's going to come and wrap up this second attempt round for flight G at 177.5. It's going to be 391 pounds. $170 looking smooth for Perry. That's 375 pounds. 2 to 1, good lift. So my guess there is going to be that perhaps our chief referee didn't think that he quite came all the way back locked out at the top at the end of his bench. I could be wrong. I don't have the same angle she does currently. I have it little if I wanted to look at it, but my eyes are not that great. Smooth second attempt for Michael there at 385 pounds, 175 kilos for a 3 white light. Good lift. We've got 2 more second attempt benches. Dijon's going to take the same exact weight, 175 kilos. And that was so smooth and quick for Dijon at 175 kilos. It's going to be 3 white lights. Good lift. One last second attempt here on bench for Jonathan Morris. It's going to be 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds. Jonathan Morris knows our rules. He is fixing those wrist straps off the platform. Again, the only piece of equipment you can adjust on the platform is that belt. He unracks and settles so quickly with that 177.5, 391. He's going to push through it for a completed lift, and our judges say a good lift, 3 white lights. Adrian's going to come out to 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds for his third attempt bench. He's going to push through that. He gets all 3 commands, completes the lift. 4, 3 white lights, good lift. It looks like he might have caught a cramp there in his back. Whew. Scott coming out, he went up another 2.5 kilos to 309 pounds, I believe. No, 314. That's your 3 plates for our gym bros watching along at home. He's pushing through it. I think he's going to get that. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for his 3 plate lift. 3 regular plates, not competition plates. Dimitri coming out, one of our teen lifters today, 18 to 19 years old, about to bench 142.5 kilos. 142.5 again, I do believe, is that 314 mark. He's pushing through it. He's pushing through it. He locks it out. See what our judges are going to have to say about that. 2-1, no lifts. And that could be for anything from his feet moving around, his bottom coming off of the bench, missing a command, all kinds of stuff. He's going to talk to our judges. He's going to talk to the jury and figure it out. The crowd's getting hyped for Joquan coming out. He's got 162.5 kilos on the bar. That's 358 pounds. I'm going to go ahead and say I think that was too easy for a third attempt bench. And that's 3 white lights for a good lift. He's excited. 358 pounds are his today. We're going to go up to 165 kilos for Brian. 363 pounds. He's going to try to come back for it after he missed it on his second attempt. He's going to push through that, but I do think that he may have lost contact with that bench with his bottom. Yeah, and also our front judge thinks he either didn't come all the way locked back out, either at the beginning or the end, or he had some downward motion of that barbell. Unfortunately, not going to have that 165 successfully on the platform today, but he does still have his 150 kilo opener, so he is still able to put up a total for the day. That's going to be a 2-to-1. Good lift. $170 kilos on the bar loaded for DeMarco. 375 pounds. He's pushing through that. Come on, DeMarco. Lock it out. Not today. Oh, he did put some weight on that bar, and unfortunately it was just a little too much for today, but I do think he's going to come back and get that at his next meet. Joel's going to come out with that same 170 kilos on the bar. 375 pounds for his last attempt on bench. He's pushing through it. Come on, Jamel. Come on, Jamel. Not today. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift for Jamel as well. Perry coming out with 177.5 kilos on the bar. We're looking at 391 pounds for him. And then we're going to crest into those 400 pounds for our last 3 attempts of the flight and of the day for these benches today. Barry gets the crowd behind him for that 177.5 kilo bench today. And it's going to get 2-to-1 good lift from our judges. Michael Barry for our first try at 402 here. 182.5 kilos. First try at 402 for this flight, I should say. We did have one earlier. pushing through it. Unfortunately, 402 pounds is not going to happen today for Michael Berry. 182.5 kilos, going to get 3 reds from those judges. Next to try his hand at 182.5 kilos, we've got Dijon coming out. And he pushes through that so smooth. 402 today for Dijon. He's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Jonathan Moore is going to go up just another 2.5 kilos to 185. 408 pounds on the bar. Let's see how this shakes out for him today. Yeah, that's going to be a good lift, I think, for Jonathan. 3 white lights. Yes, so I am going to comment really quickly on the head referee being animated with those commands. So you do want to have relatively large arm motions when you are working on the platform. And that is because the referees not only have to watch the lifter, but they also have to be paying attention to the other referees. So the chief referee is watching for the drop of the hands to be able to give the start command or the squat command on squat and bench. And then the side refs are also watching for those drops of the arms or the movement of the arms with the commands to be able to make sure that they know when the commands are happening so that they can adjudicate both what's actually happening in the lift. So if they're hitting squat depth, if they're getting their elbows all the way locked out, if their hands are opening up on the bar, whatever is going on the platform, but they also need to know when the commands are happening, so you watch for that out of your peripheral. And so if you have larger motions for those, instead of having to move your eyes around a lot, you can just focus on the lift that's happening and see the commands and the hands moving out of your periphery. So bigger motions, trust me, they are better. Especially as a referee, there's a lot going on, a lot for you to watch. Being able to have that just available in peripheral vision to see what's happening, you're able to judge the lifters so much better and give the lifters a better experience because of that. We are going to take a 10-minute break between this bench and this deadlift, so we're going to flip these views, make sure we get everything set up for the deadlift, so our spotters and loaders are getting that ready now. We'll be back in a little more than 10 minutes because we are going to wait for them to get everything going there, and then the 10-minute clock will start. So I will be back in just a little bit to help answer your questions. If you have any of them, please drop them in the chat. I'm happy to chat with you as long as my sound is working. And we will be back in just a little bit to wrap up deadlifts for this final session of the USAPL Virginia Winter Record 2025. Yes. Alex Bogner also making easy work of his opener, 200 kilos, 440 pounds. It's going to be 3 white lights from our judges. Stephen Hall coming up next, 200 kilos on the bar, 440 pounds. Easy work for his opener. Let's see what our judges say. 3 bright lights. So remember, I've been talking a little bit about those qualifying totals that you can put up. The only one that needs the state or higher level meet is going to be that raw nationals. So one of our lifters here today, Stephen from George Mason University, could be putting up a qualifying total for collegiate nationals. And with that 200 kilo deadlift, he just put up a 532.5 kilo total so far in his weight class. For collegiate nationals, the qualifying total for a team is going to be 650 kilos, I believe. David Luckett coming out next with 207.5 kilos on the bar. That lift from David is going to get 2 reds from our side judges for not being all the way locked out. That could be because his knees weren't quite all the way there or his shoulders weren't all the way back. He has a chance to come back and get that again, though, or he can talk to the jury and get those answers for himself. Paul settling in with 212.5 kilos on the bar. Stands up with it. The crowd's loving it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 right legs, good lift. Making quick work of 225 kilos is going to be Jonathan Sue. And that's going to get 2-1 good lift from our judges. work of these openers today. That was our last opener of our first flight of the day at 245 kilos for Omar for a 3-way leg lift. So in the deadlift, there is only one command, that down command from our head referee. She is going to watch for them to be all the way locked out or to stop moving to be completely motionless, and then give them that down command. Some of the reasons for disqualifications of the deadlift, we've seen a couple already. So a light red card is for, again, my little cheater brain calls it depth, but it's not really depth. It's not completely locking it out. Blue is going to be for downward motion, or if you support the bar on the front of your thighs, on your quads, on the way up. So that could be in the form of hitching or ramping, which would be using your legs to move the bar up instead of pulling with your arms. And then the final card, again, the yellow card, could be for just about anything else. Something we see a lot more often now is that lifters are really, really controlling the bar down to the floor. So they are almost like tempoing the bar down to the floor. And that is because a newer rule in 2024 was that you cannot accelerate the bar towards the floor. So the only force that is pulling the bar towards the floor is going to be gravity, and you have to control it down. That means you have to keep your hands on the bar until it gets all the way to the floor, and you cannot help it out by pushing the bar to the ground, which happens sometimes in lifters when they get really excited. They get excited, they throw the bar towards the floor, even if they don't let it go. That is now a red light, yellow card. That's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift for Alex Bogner at 215 kilos for his second attempt. Jeremy Fink standing up way too quickly with 215 kilos. 3 white lights, good lift from our judges. David Lockett's going to come out and try for 220. Finally gets those 3 white lights. He's making sure he's following those rules according to our judges, and they agree that time he did. Good lift. Paul's going to come out. He's got a chance to pull 222.5 kilos off the floor today. He is locking in there, settling in there. He's pulling hard. The crowd's getting behind him. He gets that down command. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. So you will notice some of our lifters that have opted to take their shirts off for the deadlift. You do not have to wear a shirt for the deadlift. And for the ladies anymore, it used to be that you did have to the whole time. But Now you don't have to anymore. So if ladies out there, if you want to take your shirts off and get some good tricep pictures on your deadlift, you go right ahead. You do have to wear a shirt for the squat and the bench. That's for sanitary reasons. We don't want anybody's back to get scraped and bleed on the bar or on the bench. That would not be a fun day for anybody else. And if that does happen, sometimes people tear calluses on their hands on the deadlift. You'll notice that our spotters and loaders are going to have sanitization spray to be able to clean the bar, make sure everything's clean, because the main goal for USA Powerlifting for their lifters is for everyone to be successful, healthy, and safe. Omar coming out, he jumped all the way to 260 kilograms on the bar. We're way over where my brain can do quick math for this, so I'm going to pull my chart out so I can give you guys some accurate pounds, numbers, freedom units. That's 572 of them. That was our final attempt on deadlift there for our second attempt. We are going to move into third attempts on deadlift, so we are going to see some big weights from these gentlemen today. We're going to start out with 185 kilograms on the bar. The crowd's really getting into these deadlifts already. Ronald stands up with it, locks it out. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lifts. So the timer for the deadlifts, just like all the other lifts, it's how much time you have until you get your command. So you have until 1 minute to get that, Unlike the other lifts where you have a minute to get the first command to start the lift, you just have to start your deadlift before that minute is up. So you have a full minute to get settled in, ready to go, and go for your first bona fide attempt. So some lifters will kind of pull on the bar to get the slack and get themselves hyped. That's not considered a bona fide attempt. A bona fide attempt would be at the discretion of the referees, but when they try to pull the bar off the floor. And he's going for that 220. He's going to lock it out. He's all smiles. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift for 220 kilos, 480 pounds, I believe. 484. Yeah, 484. Good lift. We're going to go to 227.5. That should be right at 500 pounds. David looks around to make sure he's not dropping that bar. Takes a bow for a job well done today. Rounding out his day with a 500-pound deadlift at 9 for 9 day. Beautiful. Jeremy coming out for that same 500 pounds. He's going to stand up with it, lock it out. See what our judges say. 3 white lights for him to also, he's going to go 9 for 9 today. David rounded out with a 7 for 9 days. Still a great day all around. Alex is pulling. He stands up with 230 kilos. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. And he's excited about it. We love that. if you've been here with us the whole time on this live stream, you've heard me talk a little bit about the reasons that you could possibly change an attempt call. The main one is that you could change your opener if you are like having a really bad day and you have up to 3 minutes before your flight starts for that discipline to do that, but you can only change it once. The other reason you could change an attempt is on third attempt deadlifts. And that's because this is your final chance to jump ahead of another lifter in your class to pull for the win, as we say. So the rules are you can change it up to twice, and you have until the bar is called loaded with the weight that you are going to declare. So Paul just lifted 235 kilos. If I also wanted to lift 235 kilos, I would have had to establish that before his bar was called loaded, or before the bar is called loaded for somebody else, as long as my lot number is higher than Paul's. But that gets into the nitty-gritty a little bit. So what you might see some people do at higher level meets where they're really trying to get on that platform or pull for the win or do something of that nature, like a money meet, they might put in a really high third attempt to try and force somebody else to make another lift and fail it. And then they can come down a little bit from that really high attempt and only pull what they need to. You might also see some people put in something lower than they normally would, and as long as their bar has not been called loaded, they can go back and put in something higher after that. So there's a lot of strategy to that. For that, I would make sure you read the rule book really closely and get a coach, but just know that it's a possibility. And if that does happen, if we see it today, there's going to be a giant red box that comes up to let our spotters and loaders know to stop loading the bar, because they need to know what the next weight on the bar needs to be, and it could change if there's an attempt change. So we'll keep our eyes out. This is our last deadlift of this flight. This is 272.5 kilos. We're looking at just under 600 pounds. I'll give it to him. We'll round it up. 599.5. He's getting 600 today. Come on, Omar. He stands up. He locks it out. Let's see what our judges say. 600 pounds is Omar's today. What an excellent day for that flight. All of our lifters putting up a total, I believe, except for Paul, unfortunately, bombing out on bench. But everybody else is going to put up a total successfully today, with a couple of lifters going 8 for 9 and 9 for 9. A great day all around for that flight E. And now it's going to get exciting, because the last lifter of this flight is opening at 335 kilograms on deadlift. Opening at 335 kilograms. David stands up with 125 kilos. He's going to get 3 white lights for that. Good lift. Ben's coming out next. He's got 150 kilos on the bar, 330 pounds. He stands up with it. See what our judges say. 3 white lights. So both of those lifters, because they have successful squats and benches, have successfully put up a total today, and now they just get to have a little bit of fun with their deadlifts to see what all they can put up for the day. Easy work of 396, 180 kilos for Anthony. It's going to be a 3 white light. Good lift. Amir coming out next, that same 396 pounds on the bar, 180 kilos. Super casual with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. some of these lifters are coming out here and you see all this white stuff all over their legs, and you probably have been in the gym and you go, what is that white stuff on their legs? It's probably chalk because you chalk your hands when you lift. Wrong. So some newer lifters do make this mistake. But when you think about chalk, the reason that you're using it is to decrease the slip on the bar. So you're increasing the amount of friction between your hands and the barbell. Do you want to increase the amount of friction between your legs and the barbell? Absolutely not. You want to make that easier. You want the bar to just slide up your legs. So instead, they use baby powder because the whole point of baby powder is to decrease friction. So if you see someone putting chalk on their legs, tell them maybe try something different because it might make their deadlifts a little bit easier. And that's going to be a 3 white light good lift from William. So far, so successful for these opening attempt deadlifts for Flight F. And that means everyone thus far has also put up a total for the day. We love when lifters put up totals. That's exactly what we want to see at a USAPL powerlifting meet. We want everyone to be successful and safe. So any day that we have successful lifters, we're excited for them. And that's going to be a good lift at 205 from Howard. He unfortunately is not going to put up a total today. He did not complete a squat successfully, but he has had a pretty good day after those squats. Jalen's coming out with 227.5 kilos on the bar. Almost too fast for our spotters there. And that's going to get 2 to 1, unfortunately. I cannot see what the right judge says, but the left one said they didn't quite think Jalen was locked all the way out. David Singh coming out next. He's got 227.5 kilos on the bar, so opening at 500. Hands up with it pretty quick. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. Nicholas Soto coming out next, 262.5 kilos on the bar. Super casual with it. And that's going to get 3 white lights from our judges. Good lift. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the power in powerlifting. Taylor Bolin loading up that barbell, 335 kilos for his opener. 335 is well into the 700s. 737. 737. That is too casual for 737 pounds. Unfortunately, it's going to get 2 to 1 reds for not being completely locked out. They're going to talk to our judges, figure out what's going on with the jury table. His coach is already on the way. bars loaded for our second attempt of the day of this flight. It's going to be 157.5 kilos from David Howard. David getting a reminder that in order to adjust your equipment, you do have to step off the platform. He's got to pull those socks up, but have just a little bit of space between the knee sleeves and the socks. A sizable jump from 125 to 157, but he stands it up, makes it look like a second attempt, and it's going to get 2-to-1 good lift from our judges. I'm assuming the Great Neptune comment I see in the chat is for that 335 kilo opener. And I agree. Great Neptune is a great statement for that. That is, I mean, I can deadlift 335, but like pounds, not kilos. So more power to him. And he's going up. Anthony having an absolutely great day so far. He's going to stay up with 192.5 kilos for a 3-way leg good lift. And so far he is 7 for 8 on the day. Tristan in the chat, if you can see this or if you can hear me, if you have lifting cast pulled up, go ahead and just scroll to what Taylor is going to do for his second attempt. Because I'm already floored. Amir's going to get 195 up off the floor and locked out. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift. Your white lights good lift for Brian at 195 kilos. I see Tristan has made it to the lifting cast. Yes, absolutely. We are 5 attempts out from watching Taylor Bolin get his hands on 367.5 kilos, which is 800 pounds. William's going to lock out his second attempt at 205 kilos and get that for 3 white lights. Good lift. Howard stands up with 212.5. He's going to get 3 white lights for that good lift. Dylan Owens going 135 kilos. He did miss his opener, I believe, for not quite locking out all the way. So we're going to see what he does with this 235 kilos. That is 517 pounds. He stands up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. It's going to be 2-1 no lift for, I believe, not getting his knees quite all the way locked out. He's got to get those all the way locked out at the top. David's going to load up 235 kilos for his second attempt. Stand up with it, make it look super easy with his chicken leg socks. Chicken legs could not put up 235 kilos that easily. 517 pounds for 3 white lights. We've got Nicholas Soto coming out with 275 kilos, and then we're going to jump almost 100 kilos up to 367 for Taylor Bolin. Unfortunately, that's going to get 3 reds from our judges there, an incomplete lift for 275 kilos for Nicholas, but he does have a chance to come back and try one more time. And now we load up almost another 100 kilos, so up to 367.5 kilos, 808 pounds for Taylor. The crowd's already getting behind Taylor for this 367.5 kilo lift. Absolutely bonkers. Lock that out. He's going to get the down command. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights. A good lift at 808 pounds. So today, at this meet alone, in this session alone, we have had a 700-pound squat, multiple 400-pound benches, and an 800-pound deadlift. All at a local meet here at USAPL Virginia. I agree. Great googly moogly. I am interested to see what his decision is for his third attempt. I don't know if he'll go up from that or not, or if he'll secure his 808 and then call it a day, but a day nonetheless. And David Howard comes out with 160 kilos on the bar for 352 pounds for that successful third attempt deadlift. And he's going to end the day 9 for 9. A great day. Perfect day. Unfortunately, Ben does not have that today, 172.5 kilos. but he is going to end the day with a 377.5 kilo total, completely and successfully completing 125 kilo squat and that 92.5 kilo bench to secure himself a total today. Anthony getting hyped for 205 kilos for his third attempt. He stands up with it. Gets the down command. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Brian Hernandez loading up to 210 kilos on the bar. 463 pounds for his third attempt on deadlift. The crowd's getting excited. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Amir gets all the way up with 212.5 kilos. Our judges say 2 to 1, good lift. Unfortunately, William is not going to complete that 212.5 kilo lift today, but he still had a pretty good day, putting up 500 kilo total on the day. Howard stands up at 227.5 kilos. He, at 49 years old, is deadlifting 500 pounds. He gets 3 white lights for that good lift. Jalen Owens needs this last deadlift to stay in the meet. He's got 235 kilos on the bar. Jalen's coming out. He's got 235 kilos on the bar. Needs this to stay in the meet. He's got to stand up with it and lock it all the way out. Lock those knees out. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. He stays in the meet with those rockin' unicorn socks. Just 3 more deadlifts slotted for the second flight on these third attempt deadlifts. 250 kilos coming up next for David Singh. He locks it out. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 weight lights, good lift. Bars loaded at 275 kilos for Nicholas to try his hand out again. After not quite getting it for that second attempt, let's see what happens as he comes out here for this 275 kilo deadlift. So because this is a repeat attempt weight, I'm thinking that he may not have intended to take this and didn't submit an attempt to the score table. So it's going to time out. We're not going to get a command there. And Taylor instead is going to come out next to try and go up just another 2.5 kilos to 370 kilos, 814 pounds for his third attempt. Nick Soto did put up a total for the day, 715 kilos for him today. And the crowd's getting into this. They are excited to watch a 370 kilo deadlift possibility today at this local meet here in Ashland, Virginia. He gets it off the floor. He's pulling. Get it all the way up. Come on, Taylor. He locks it out. Let's see what our judges say. Two to one, no lift. Yeah, no biggie. Just 370 kilos. Still stands up with it. Wow. Absolutely nuts. These amazing spotters and loaders are going to strip that bar back down to 212.5 kilos to start off this third flight here. So we are going to wrap up these third flight G deadlifts today, and that is going to complete the USAPL Virginia Winter Wrecker for the conclusion of the 2025 season here in Virginia. We're in Ashland here today. Adrian's coming out here. He's starting out with 212 kilos on the bar. We're excited to watch him lift. He's had a perfect day so far. He's settling in, locking in. Excited to see what he can do today. Super casual. He's smiling about it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 weight lights. Good lift. Joquan Boyd, coming out next with 235 kilos on the bar. He's had an almost perfect on the day today, just missing that second squat. could have been on a command because he did opt to go up and successfully completed his third attempt at 257.5 kilos. He's going to be super casual with that deadlift. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. Lightning fast for Jamel, 235 kilos on the bar. Also having a pretty good day today, just missing that always so elusive third bench. That's going to be a good lift. Frankie coming out next. He's got 245 kilos on the bar. Also having a pretty good day today, just missing his second squat. Super easy for him. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Dimitri, one of our teen lifters today. I think the only teen lifter today. We had some yesterday. He's coming out and opening with 247.5 kilos at 18 or 19 years old. Probably still in high school. 3 white lights for that. Good lift. I agree, it is a bad day to be 235 kilos. Most of our lifters in this last fight are going to be deadlifting over 235 today. I mean, absolutely nuts. That means most of them are deadlifting over 500 pounds. Ridiculous. Scott settling in to take his 250 kilogram attempt. Stands up with it. Let's see what our judges say. 3 white lights for that good lift to maintain his perfect day. Perry coming out with 262.5 kilos on the bar, 262.5, 577 for his opener. And that's going to be 3 white lights for him. Good lift. DeMarco coming out, he's got 275 kilos on the bar for his opener. Smooth with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Michael Berry standing up with 275 kilos for his opener. 3 white lights, good lift. Three white lights for Dijon, opening up with 275 kilos as well. We've got 2 more openers here, 290 kilos to go to Brian and 295 to Jonathan Morris. Brian stands up with 290 kilos. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift. One final opener for deadlifts for the entire day today to round out this USAPL Virginia Winter Record meet. Jonathan Morris is going to come out and tackle 295 kilos. Super easy standing up with 295 kilos for Jonathan. That's going to get 3 white lights from our judges for a good lift. And we're going to get down to 225 kilos on the bar for Adrian. He's going to come out for his second attempt. 225, we're looking at 495 pounds on the bar. He settles in for that 225. Makes it look so easy, so snappy. And our judges say, 3 white lights, good lift. He stands up with 255 kilos on the bar, and our judges are going to say 2 to 1, good lift. Jamel standing up with 257.5 kilos, 566, making it look super easy. Our judges say that's 3 white lights, good lift. Scott's going to come out to 262.5, 577 pounds on the bar. going to be a good lift for Scott, and Dimitri's going to come out next and try his hand at the same weight, 262.5 kilos. One of our teen lifters. Again, teen, 18, 19. 262.5, 577. He also benched almost 300 pounds today, 137.5, 297. Strong teenager. Frankie stands up with 265 kilos on the bar. And we have some guys that are chasing down our I can't even find it anymore, 367.5 kilo attempt. We have a 300 kilo attempt and a 327.5 kilo attempt to round out this second attempt fights. Let's see what these gentlemen do. Our crowd's getting really into this here. Perry Beecham coming up for 275 kilos. He picks it up. See what our judges say. 3-way lights, good lift. Michael Berry comes out to 287.5 kilos on the bar, 632.5 pounds. He's pulling it. It's got that locked out. Yeah, there we go. See what our judges have to say. 3-way lights, good lift. DeMarco's coming out next to 290 kilos on the bar, 638 pounds. Locks it out. Let's see what our judges say. 3-way lights, good lift. Dijon's pulling that 290 kilos on the bar. He's going to lug it out. He's going to smile while he does it. Let's see what our judges have to say. 3-way lights, good lift. Brian Smith's going to come out to 300 kilos on the bar, 666 pounds, number of the beast. I lied, 660 pounds, close enough. He's He's going to lug it out, see what our judges have to say. Good lift. Jonathan Morris coming out to 327.5 kilos on the bar. That's right, folks. We have another over 700-pound deadlift, 720. He stands up with it super casually. He's excited about it. Subtle, but excited. 3 white lights for him. Let's see what he chooses to do for his third. All right, ladies and gents, we have just 12 more lifts of the day. These last 12 deadlifts of the day. These gentlemen are putting in lots of hard work, and all of them are going to be lifting over 500, over 600, over 700 pounds for their final lift of the day. I know that you aren't here to get loud, but get excited watching your phones, watching your screens. We're going to be excited here for them. Let's see what these gentlemen can do. And we're going to start off with Adrian here. He's got 235 kilos on the bar. He's excited. Let's get excited for Adrian. I'm excited for Adrian. He stands up with it, loses it on grip. He gets a hug from our back spot, Colin. He'll get that next time. He's all over that. Do some farmer's carries, Adrian. Do some farmer's carries. Jonathan is absolutely a tank. Jonathan also earlier today benched over 400 and squatted 660, 670 something. Absolute monster. He's got an 817.5 kilo total so far on the day. Jamel standing up with that. He's going to lug it out, see what our judges have to say. He's excited. 3 white lights, good lifts for 270 kilos, 594, almost 600 pounds. We're going to move to 606, 605, 272.5, 599. So 270 was at 594. So we're closing in on 600 pounds, folks, for these gentlemen today. He's pulling. Oh, it gets just away from him. He's not going to get that today, but he does have a really successful day nonetheless. 8 for 9 on the day. Joquan coming out, getting excited. The crowd's getting excited for him. He's got 275 kilos on the bar, 605 pounds. He's going to go ahead and break into those 600s. 5 25-kilo plates on the bar either side. All those lovely, lovely reds. Keep pulling, Jaquan. He's going to stand up with it. Let's see what our judges have to say. Colin helps him out of his belt. 2 to 1 good lift.
Spotters and loaders going to get that bar cleaned up for our team lifter, Dimitri, to come out here and try for that same 275 kilos, 605 pounds on the bar. Absolutely nuts to be 18 or 19 years old and lifting this kind of weight. Oh, and he's pulling. He's going to lock it out. Let's see what our judges say. He's locked in. 3 white lights. Frankie represents our halfway mark for this fight. He's got 282.5 kilos on the bar, 621.5 pounds. After him, we have just 6 more lifts for the day. He's pulling that. Come on, Frankie. See what our judges say. 3 white lights, good lift. The crowd's getting excited for Perry out here with 285 kilos on the bar. 627 pounds. Let's see if he can ride this momentum. He's settling in. He's pulling hard. Let's see if he locks it out. Gets the down command from our chief referee. And the judges say 3 white lights, good lift. He's excited. The crowd's excited. And we are going to keep rolling right along. We've got 290 kilos up next for Michael Berry. 290 kilos, 638 pounds. Michael pulling. That looked a little bit faster than his last one. He's happy about it. Our judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Oh, he's excited about it. Love to see it. We're going to go to 295 for DeMarco. 295, 650-ish pounds. We've got 4 lifts left on the day. DeMarco settling in. 295 kilos on that barbell. Oh, quick. I think he didn't think he had that. But our judges say he did. He's excited. 3 white lights, good lift. And an almost perfect 8 for 9 day for DeMarco, running him out at 710 kilos for his total today. Three more lifts on the day, all over 300 kilos. Dijon's going to start us off with 300 on the nose, 660 pounds. Come on, Dijon. Not today, but he is going to round out his day 8 for 9 with a 750 kilogram total on the day. Still an absolutely stellar day. Next lifter is going to be Brian Smith with 320 kilograms on the bar. 320 kilograms, going to be 704 pounds. So our last 2 deadlifts of the day are over 700 pounds. USAPL Powerlifting is drug-free, so we will be notifying some of these lifters after the completion of their final deadlift that they will be getting in-meet drug tested to ensure that we have we maintain drug-free sport here
in the U.S. and worldwide. Everyone over the age of 14 is available to be drug tested. All of our lifters today are of testable age. We don't have any youth lifters today. Brian Smith, unfortunately, not going to get that 320 kilo deadlift off the floor, but he is going to wrap up the day with a 770 kilogram total. Absolutely gnarly. And our final lift of the day is going to go to Jonathan Morris. He's got 332.5 kilos on the bar. 332.5, of course, being 731 pounds. He's already secured the largest total on the day at 817.5 kilos. And now he has a chance to secure the last lift of the day, the last deadlift of the day, at an absolutely monster 731 pounds. He gets it off the floor, and is not going to have it today, but he does secure the biggest total of the day at 817.5 kilos on his almost perfect 8 for 9 day. He'll come back, and he'll get that absolutely monster deadlift next time, I'm sure. That is going to wrap up our lifting for today here at the USAPL Virginia Winter Wrecker. Thank you all for joining me today, and anyone who joined us yesterday on this live stream. We are so excited to be able to bring you powerlifting here from the state of Virginia here in Ashland. We will be back with you next year. We do not have another meet until next year in January. I believe the next one is January 17th. It's going to be in the Virginia Beach area, Newport News at Iron Asylum. If you are interested in getting involved in powerlifting, you can do it a bunch of ways. You could be a spotter and loader at a local meet. You could be a referee. If you want to be a referee, get in touch with your state chair. If you're in Virginia, that's going to be Danielle Resnick or Gabby. They are available and reachable through the email available on USAPL, usapowerlifting.org. You can even be a competitor, a lifter. Find you a local meet. Just go and spectate, get involved. We love to grow the sport of powerlifting. Huge shout out today to our referees and our meet director, Saber, as well as our spotters and loaders who did an absolutely marvelous job making sure all of these gentlemen were safe today. We will see you guys next time.
as if